Yo. Bro, I'm not playing. I already played. How much more you want me to play? Why are you even playing though? You know? You're more dedicated than I am, you know? Sounds like you really enjoy our creators, you know?
Best when
This is why I use on my Steam Deck.
the GPU has untapped headroom, usually accomplished by capping the game's base frame rate. Lossless scaling also has a dual GPU mode, where the work is offloaded to a second GPU. This allows the primary GPU to focus on just the game without needing to juggle additional load. And it's not some kind of SLI or something with AFR, it's handling the processing for this task specifically. So it's kind of cool. It's a niche use case, but it could be useful for someone
And
who
yet
might
here we
have
are.
a
You are
secondary
playing
older
Arc
GPU
Raiders.
lying around that's still capable of doing this kind of processing. Now, for the frame generation testing, we captured on a test bench running a 9800X3D. We're using the RTX 5090, and we're using 2x frame gen captured at 4K 120 FPS. So this is our normal GPU test bench, basically. At higher multipliers, we capped the frames at 50 FPS for the frame rate, and we captured at 200 FPS, which is strictly to ensure we stayed within the capture solution's limitations. We used the recommended flow scale of 50% for 4K, WGC capture mode, sync mode set to off, allow tearing, and a max frame latency of 4. And for anyone at home considering trying this software, this isn't like our recommendation or advice on what to use, this is just us controlling the software settings that we're using for testing purposes. So we'll mostly be analyzing fixed frame mode with 2x and 4x multipliers. We've got some 10x and some 20x just for fun, just because they can do it. And within the comparisons themselves, we'll be looking for any kind of visual artifacts or errant behavior. All right, first up, we have the scripted Dragoon scene from Final Fantasy XVI. It has sections of both high and low contrast, as well as very fast character and camera movement that strain LSFG's capability. Starting with the 2x multiplier and 50% playback speed, if we loop the section where he flips his lance mid-air, we can tell there's some blur and general strangeness. It's hard to make out exactly what's happening. Slowing to 25% speed makes it more obvious that the shape of the lance is breaking down in movement, especially as it passes over the rest of his armor. We've seen this with DLSS and FSR in the past, where movement of one object across another defined object can cause breakdown of the clarity, and actually we've seen this in this game before as well with the other technologies. Dropping down to frame by frame shows LSFG failing to cope with large gaps in position between real frames. On nearly every generated frame, the lance splits in two, as if it were in quantum superposition. It's especially clear when the Dragoon first leaps upwards off the spire. For many of the pixels in motion, LSFG isn't drawing a middle position between frames. It's drawing both positions, and doing so poorly. There are some areas where it doesn't fail, like the upper leg armor, which tracks more accurately on the generated fake frames. Overall though, it's an extremely sudden burst of motion that, due to the limitations of perception for things you're probably not staring directly at, it ultimately just kind of feels like a blurry mess on the screen. As a reminder, we allowed the games to run at 60 FPS for 2x frame gen in order to give LSFG a strong base to work with, so it would only get worse with lower FPS. If you're running at 45 or 50, it'd degrade further. For 4x frame gen with the game at 50 FPS, there's an extra 3.33 milliseconds between real frames, so LSFG has to bridge a slightly wider visual gap. Other strange behaviors manifest, like the starry sky flickering and seeming to churn and swim as the Dragoon spins his lance. One positive for LSFG is that it keeps the UI elements surprisingly solid, one exception being subtitled text as it morphs into existence, but it's not too noticeable in motion. UI elements have been a repeat issue for all frame generation technologies, so when it does well, it's notable. Next is Cyberpunk 2077, as we blast through the middle of Corpo Plaza, which feels like it's becoming more of a real place every day. At well over 100 miles per hour, even Johnny gets a little nervous.
Slow down, Turbo. You'll get us killed. Again.
At 2x frame gen, LSFG doesn't look bad at full speed, but we're limited to 60 FPS on YouTube, with this video at least, so we're not able to convey this. Normal speed helps mask issues, which may be enough for a lot of people using it. If it helps things feel smoother and it doesn't produce obvious problems regularly, then that's sort of the objective. Slowing it down to 50% is where some issues start to become visible, like the appearance of flickering on the concrete columns on the left side of the road. There's also warping on the grid-like middle divider of the highway, but at 100% speed and zoomed at a normal play window without just looking in this closely, it is harder to see in actual gameplay. Going down to 25% speed reveals the most visible frame gen artifacts on the middle divider. It's clear now that the repeating grid is warping. It was just difficult to make out in the faster playback. Dropping down to frame by frame draws into sharp contrast the areas where LSFG does well versus where it struggles. V's car looks great since it's not moving that much on the screen, and the same goes for most of the UI elements. On the negative side, the arrows on the road look really busted on the generated frames. So do some of the passing cars during the fake frames. Moving up to 4x frame gen, up to 3 fakes for every 1 real, tells the same story. Totally passable in full motion, but when slowed down to frame by frame, the errors become apparent. The middle divider, the road arrows, the passing cars, the concrete columns yet again, and debris from the crash at the end show massive warping. At 10x, we can no longer capture every frame, but we find some of the worst issues, like the streetlight poles phasing in and out of existence as we pass, cars turning into impressionist paintings that, prior to generative AI, might have gotten some kind of artsy award, and the utter mess of wrecking at the end. We don't think multipliers this high are supposed to be taken seriously, but they are funny. And they're funnier because we could put them on the charts next to NVIDIA's MFG 4X. Isn't that fun? We can just arbitrarily multiply frames by anything. By contrast, slow-moving scenes like the canned benchmark with 4x frame gen only show obvious issues when objects wipe across the screen, like the bottle in this woman's hand, or her arm as it slips out of view. We also see a trail of distortion behind the doors as they slide open. Next up is Marvel Rivals and the built-in benchmark scene, starting with 2x frame gen mode. We'll skip full speed and go to 50%. Nothing immediately jumps out as problematic throughout the smooth panning of the on-rails camera and the first team fight from Venom's point of view. Overall, this is a good start. At 25% speed, we see 2 Lokis. That's not LSFG's fault, that's just because there's 2 of them. But more importantly, the jumping Loki's staff visually stutters as he moves across the screen. His health bar also blurs. Dropping down to a frame by
2x boost is not bad. Latency is not too bad. I play like this.
Frame analysis shows what's actually happening. On every other frame, different parts of both jumping Loki and the background morph sometimes form double images. The staff, his horns, the brick wall, and the paper bag mask graffiti on the building in the right of the background all distort as he goes by. Now we'll go to 4x mode, again frame by frame. As Venom attacks Emma Frost, there are numerous instances of double images on the tentacles coming from his back. Sometimes you can also catch the names and health bars warp as other effects go off. This is one of the major downsides of LSFG not being tied to the engine in the game like modern DLSS and FSR. It can't correctly distinguish between UI elements and the 3D game space. That said, the UI elements that don't move stay admirably stable considering the limited access. Next, we'll move back to 2x mode in a more isolated scenario in the training range where we do a long wall run with Rocket. At 50% speed, it's not that bad, but we can tell something's going wrong with the railing. Objects of this shape have been a challenge for all frame generation over time so far. At 25% speed, artifacts on the repeating triangular pattern directly in line with Rocket become discernible. Going frame by frame shows the truth. The triangles on both the purple ridge Rocket's running along and the guardrail above it get jumbled up badly, morphing, shifting, and overlapping. We also see more of the splitting or doubling behavior, like on the vertical posts or the white lines on the purple banners. Lost the scaling has a sort of comical aspect in that you can go up to 20x, which is mostly just funny because we'd love to put it on a chart next to MFG4X, but it's not particularly useful, but it is funny, and the fact that they're not marketing this as like turn 40 FPS into 800 FPS, that makes it hard to be upset about. If they did that, that's a different story, but that's not how it's presented. They're not, I mean, they're not doing anything crazy, you know, like no one would ever say that a 5070 is equal to a 4090.
With the Blackwell family RTX 5070, 4090 performance at 549.
And no one would say that. And so, because they're not marketing it that way for Lost the Scaling, we're okay with it. It's kind of funny. It's nothing compared to 20x, though, where LSFG
Wait, is that true?
makes up to 19 frames between every 2 actual game frames. This is the future. We don't expect this to be good, to be clear, but it is amusing, so we'll look at it. And it's where things get weird. Visual instability and general acid tripness is more widespread now, where we see problems basically everywhere. I mean, that's basically our job every day, but in this case, they're digital problems. The railings constantly lose shape, and Rocket leaves visual distortion in his wake as he passes by everything. When Rocket's running towards the camera, the entire left edge of the screen becomes distorted soup. LSFG has no idea what to do with the new visual elements entering the frame at this setting. On some level, it's commendable for not being completely broken at such an extreme ratio, and it's also commendable that they give you the option to use it even if you don't want it. We can respect that. You can force it to look worse if you have an even lower frame rate than the 42-ish base FPS we're getting here. LSFG was taking that and outputting over 800 fake FPS at any given moment, which is just hilarious. Talk about value. And maybe NVIDIA was right. An RTX 5070 really is a 4090, or actually it's more like 5 of them. We'll wrap up frame gen image quality with one that LSFG handles pretty well. 2x frame gen in Space Marine 2 and the decapitation mission performs overall well for LSFG, and it's one we've used in the past for comparisons for the branded technologies. It's very difficult to spot anomalies here, especially if you're actually moving at play speed, but there are a handful. Most obvious are the leading edges of the Space Marine's leg armor, which exhibit brief warp-y characteristics, made most obvious when looking through one frame at a time as his right leg moves forward. The Space Marines, of course, do not appreciate the warp, that is, unless they're in one of the traitor legions such as the Thousand Sons or the World Eaters, whose Primarch Angron is banished. And that's why we don't allow traitor Space Marine armies at GN Wargaming Night. Anyway, the strict side-scrolling motion of this particular capture is easier for LSFG to handle. All of the generated frames are blurrier than the real ones. This is easiest to see by zooming in and going frame by frame on the guardsmen. Likewise, going frame by frame and zooming on the statues helps to show the blurriness. The same goes for the murals. Despite some of the blurriness, overall, this one works pretty well for LSFG. Up next are upscaling image quality comparisons. We performed upscaling image quality capture on the same bench at 4K 60 FPS. We set the games to run at 1080p, with lossless scaling LS1 bringing them up to 4K. We also did some other tests. Even though it supports scaling from a borderless window, it doesn't always work, and didn't for us in Baldur's Gate 3. Scaling from regular window windowed mode always worked for us though, including Baldur's Gate 3. Up front, it's important to understand that LS1 isn't really a direct competitor to current gen DLSS and FSR. Both of those get game engine info to help them, and they generally look better as a result of that. We're saving full competitive analysis between the differing methods for the future. This time we're just focused on the lossless upscaling solution. We have two sets of A/B comparisons. One is native 4K versus LS1 upscaling. The other is more in focus as it's the minimum bar for acceptability, we think, and that's native 1080p versus 1080p upscaled to 4K with LS1 to see if it's an improvement. First up is Marvel Rivals using the built-in benchmark scene. We'll start by comparing native 1080p versus LS1 upscaling from 1080p to 4K. We can already see a couple things in the starting room. On the positive side, LS1 gives more definition to the wood on the right-hand back wall. UI elements like the attack symbol in the middle of the screen and the segment text along the top of the screen are clearer. On the negative side, the shadowed wooden floor between the bench and the pillar is grainy with LS1 in a way that's unpleasant compared to native 1080p. Now comparing versus native 4K, LS1 upscaling looks straight up crunchy. It's really obvious on the wooden floorboards. This is over-sharpening, probably resulting from the game's native sharpening and LS1 sharpening cascading together. Looking past that, hard edges like on the bench to the left look super aliased and jagged, looking like 1080p by comparison. After the camera rounds the corner, we start to get a look at character models. At a distance, the difference between native 1080p and LS1 upscaling is subtle, mostly falling to a difference in softness. Throwing 4K into the mix is night and day. Loki's fur cape is just a clump of gray pixels with LS1, but actually has definition at 4K. The same goes for Luna Snow's entire model. With LS1, the colored borders around all of them are exaggerated. We'll now add 4K to compare all three. Zooming in on the corner of this roof shows what we interpret as degradation on LS1's part versus native 1080p in reference to native 4K. LS1 subtly disturbs the circles and the flower motifs on the round ends of the roof tiles and provides zero meaningful improvement to the larger golden flower at the very corner. Overall, in Marvel Rivals, LS1 behaves more like a blur removal tool than anything else, and over-sharpens at default settings. In Baldur's Gate 3, scaling doesn't seem to properly apply itself when the game is in borderless mode. We were able to get it to work in windowed mode, though. Here's native 1080p versus LS1. It's an improvement overall. The change isn't massive, but it is better. Most things just look generally sharper. Some of them
I haven't
is
played
in a good
Baldur's
way,
Gate.
like the red robes of the character in the foreground. The cobblestone road is another example. The floating NPC chatter text is another place it looks better.
I have played
sharpening, though, is
Divinity Original Sin. Those are
in a
great
bad
games.
way. Like the aliased crunch factor of any fine edge on a character model. There's a few examples here. LS1 isn't necessarily more detailed, but it gives us an impression of
Time to get to work. So how's Ark? You been enjoying Ark? Ark is fun, bro. I told you. Hello, Johnny. How is it going? Why is the chat not showing up? Let me restart. There we go. You have a copyist. What? Stop. How goes? Okay, now it's shown up. Cool. Okay. Let us continue. I've been playing Prey. I got to the garden. I'm not sure how far I am, but I got to the garden. $40. Garden boss? No. No, I just got to the garden. You know how some of the alive human get controlled? Like, I'm trying to save them, but I don't know how to save them. The only thing I can do is make them unconscious. Where I zap them. Because otherwise their heads explode. So I'm trying to save them at the same time. Mimics? No. There's humans who are being controlled. There's this floating thing that can control them. And they are kind of like ticking bombs. They see you, they come towards you. And they explode. And to make them not explode, the only thing I found out to do is just to either use the goo or use the zap to make them unconscious. So, but I haven't found a way to wake them up. Or maybe you cannot wake them up. So I'm not sure. Don't remember that? I'm a bit tired. Okay, let's see. No, there's no pictures. Bro, it's such a good game. Nobody made a picture of this. What is this? Is this how you wake them up? This is where I am. I'm in the garden. Arboretorium. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody took any pictures of the people. There's a lot of dead people. But bro, I use this all the time. I use this all the time. The crossbow. You can use the crossbow to push buttons, to open doors, to access computers. Platform gun. Platform gun. Platform gun. What platform gun? Maybe I don't have it yet. Oh, Gugan. Yeah, Gugan is fun too, yeah. You can use that to get places. Yeah, I don't know. What the heck is this? A Godot game. Okay. It's trying to mimic the combat from Baldur's Gate, I think. Not that great though. Okay. I saw this weeks ago. Okay. It has a turn-based combat. Okay. Kickstarter. Wow. In just 18 minutes. They got almost 500,000. Bro, we need to do a Kickstarter. $60,000 Renos. Yeah. I just... Bro, you need like a whole... Is too much. Now you have to make statues. You need to make dice. Like, holy fuck, the amount of things you have to do. Well, actually, PDF files, PDF, digital game key, in-game dice, wallpapers. Okay, that's not too bad. Is this a real cape? I think it's in-game. Maybe. Discord. I think these are in-game. Okay, most of them are in-game. But maybe these things are real. Okay, these two are real. Statues. Complete, yeah, look. Statues. What? Commission your portrait, second round. You can have your face in the game for $2,000. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Okay, let's do some work. Let's do some work. Okay. It cannot be random. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. We need to do a Kickstarter. Fund Mr. Farm Boy. Have your NPC show up as a villager. That can be the reward. You know? If he's not fed, we're gonna feed you. Like this. But if it's fed, we continue. But now for me to feed you, I need to grab the food. Eat. Feed. Animal. Feed animal. Why are you tapping that twice? The heck? Lots of Kickstarters fail too. True. You get the new anno? No. I didn't know there was a new anno. Bro, I'm trying to work. Can you stop distracting me, huh? Is it this one? Anno Pax Romana. It looks cool. It looks cool. It's just very expensive. I don't got that kind of money. Pierre, welcome in. How's it going? How you been? How's life? How do I feed it and then come back to not feed it? Oh, I give it hunger. It needs hunger. Okay. Shoot. Okay. We do have hunger. We do have hunger. Wait. Okay. It's like this, is it? But this needs to return. Hey, uh, how do I even say it? NSF wanted driver. Hilton, how's it going? How are you? Um, maybe I don't know what I'm doing. So I need to, this needs to return a boolean. So coming back here. Needs to return true. Can you watch my stream, please? Just House on a Weekend with Friends sounds sus. Hilden, can you watch my stream? Hilden! Hilden, watch the stream, Hilden. Thank you. I don't think he was a... Oh, never mind, you're right. You were streaming me? Damn. I'm famous. Okay. Okay, so we're obviously not going to erase the item. I'm just gonna set it to maybe Pierre can help me. Pierre, P-E-R. How do I get the first entry in a dictionary? Without knowing what it is. How do I do that? Any ideas? I'll probably have to use keys. Um, because that's the only way, right? But what if it's empty? What if it's empty? Um, so that's the key. And then this is the amount. And then so if this is true, what if it doesn't have it? Oh, I can do it here. If I actually don't need this. If amount is higher, than this, return false. But how do I check if this exists? Because maybe it doesn't exist. If food ID null, because I'm not sure, is this going to return null? Or empty? I don't know. We'll find out. How you guys been? I'm actually very curious if he's going to do anything. Let's see. What? Do I not have? What? Oh, the chicken doesn't know about the... No, it should know. The chicken doesn't know? Oh. No, the chicken definitely knows. Let's try again. Here we go. Food ID is null. Okay. I'm very curious to see what happens. Out of bounds. But how am I supposed to... Oh, wait. I know how. if is empty, return false. That's how. Hey, Oxynom. No, well, you cannot do food 0 because this is a dictionary. Food 0 means you're looking for 0. That only works in REs. 0 being the index 0. There we go. It's not an RE. No. Food is a dictionary. Hey, look who showed up. Bailey, how's it going? So now I put in some tomatoes and let's see what happens. Let me get rid of the let's see what happens. They actually need to eat 5 times. Oh no. They're not eating. Chickens. Or maybe you're eating. Wait. Do I only need to feed you once? I think the chickens, you only have to feed it once. Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, how are chickens smart enough to know they have to step on this? Because I've had chickens, and chickens are really dumb. Very cool, very cool. Okay. Um. So hunger, it's fed, and then so when this whole thing happens, now it's fed. The hunger needs to go back to its original state. Um, which is 1. Hunger equal to 1. And then wait, no. This, how do I wait, how do I do this? I'm laying down the nest. Oh, this. Oh, right. This. This is what resets it. Okay. So if you're fed and then is fed false, hunger 1. Okay, you already done what I was going to do. Okay. It works exactly how it needs to work. Cool. Cool. And if I remove the chickens, everything goes away. And then if I add the chickens, they come back. So this is how it's going to work now. The chickens lay nests somewhere in your farm, and then you give them food like this. Actually, let me change the food. Let me give you this. And now they eat. They eat, they walk around. You just need to make sure they are fed always. Let me change so I don't want this to be part of the laying nest. Because I want this to also act as a animation that happens. Q. Hello, landscape. How are you? Chickens. We give them food. Now they have food. And they are ready to lay eggs. I'm quite happy with this. As you can see, they do eat the food. As you can see, they are hungry. Although you are eating the food, but you, sir, haven't added a nest. You, sir, are just eating the food and you haven't produced a nest. What's that about? Huh? Huh? What's going on? Oh, there we go. Look at you. You're just eating the food without producing anything. I think that's the one to go. That's gonna be the first one to go. I have my eyes on you. I'm gonna sell you. I'm gonna take you like this. I'm gonna sell it to the villagers. Why can't I? Where are you, chicken? There. I'm gonna sell 11 chickens. Shoot. It's a rooster, get him. How's it going, Mungla? Shoot. Okay. That'd be a problem. That'd be a problemo. I need to remake this. Fuck. Refactor. I mean, refactor, not remake. Because the stupid me I made different things for different things. Even though more or less they're the same thing. Yeah, see, none of these makes any sense. Why would an item have craft requirement? It's making no goddamn sense, bro. What? Also, why is this breaking? Trying to assign value of type null. Const. To a variable of type. So this is empty, right? Market items IDs 47. Number 5 05. This makes no sense. Oh, now it makes perfect sense. Okay, so this is the item. And there's 5. Which is the market. Okay. We sold some chickens. We sold the other chickens. Wait, I just sold all the chickens. Fuck. There's still one missing. Why? Why is there still one nest missing? I think it's this guy. I think it's this guy. Keeps hanging here. It's trying to lay a nest here. There's already a nest here. Can't you just go away, bro? Can't you just go somewhere else? No? Now, you could game this, but is your heart that cruel that you're going to gain this? What you could do is the question is, are you going to be a monster? Let me see, can you actually do this? Oh my god, you can. You definitely can. You could do this. You can definitely do this. Huh? Yep. You most definitely could. Let me get another chicken. Just so the other chicken doesn't feel alone. It's a cruel world, but this is your new home. That's all the space you're gonna get. That's all you get. It is what it is. Give me eggs. Right, now it's time to work on the barn. Oh no, I have to sell things. Fuck. Why can't I close you? Shoot. I still have workers, right? Yeah. They should work, right? Unless they're not gonna work. Okay, they're not gonna work. Bro. Carrots. There you go. Sell them carrots so I can build a coop. Ah, you noticed. Aha. Ho ho ho. Epilepsy, don't look. No? Wait, why can't I? Oh, here we go. Whoops. No. Carrots. Okay. So now we have the farm going. Working again, I guess. We can move on to the coops. No. Oh. Okay. Need to take a look here. Cool. Four, 6. 4, 6. Like this. You're gonna add Stardew Valley silver, gold, purple crops? What? What is that? Stardew Valley, silver, gold, purple crops. What do you mean? What am I looking for? Oh, this? I literally have this, actually. Yeah, I actually have this. It's in the game already. It's in the game already. If we look at the crop, we just haven't got to refactoring that part of the game yet, but it's in the game. Crops. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... Oh no, I'm looking for the slot. Right, I'm looking for the slot. Is it this? Yeah. Although I also like the idea of, why didn't I think of that as well? Silver and gold. So maybe I don't have to use two icons. Can we just one icon that goes from silver to gold? I could do that. That's how I should probably do it. Yeah. Cool. Because right now I'm just using 2 stars. 2 gold stars. I kind of like this, but maybe it's gonna look better with silver and gold. Look what I'm doing. My poor chickens. Look what I have done. I gave them no space. No space for the chickens. Okay, let me give them a bit more space. I'm not a monster. I'm not a monster. There you go. Give me eggs. Eggies. No, you can make fences, but it's mainly just for decorations. but the animals also have a animal tile. Just like how you have a farm tile, you have an animal tile. So it works the same way. You basically designate the animal area. That's kind of how it works. Okay. We have arrived to the barn. I need to get rid of this because we no longer have the animal feeder. Because now the feeding is inside the building itself. As you can see. And I may incorporate this into the houses as well, maybe. So you have to feed your workers. Right now you give them wages. Right now there's wages. So this is like 60 copper a day. Take our wages. That being said, I could also probably implement feeding, but maybe that's a bit too much. But yeah. Chickens. Okay, I'm getting distracted again. Okay. You unlock feed to chicken. Advancement. Okay. There we go. And to speed this up, I need to replace the food. There you go. And now the chickens are eating wheat. This is nice, but okay, look, I'm gonna do something for you, Pimsta. Look. There. Happy? Did you like that? The playtest, the playtest had 85k more players than the full game of Farm Boy. True, true, true. But what does Arc Raiders have to do with Farm Boy? Huh? Farm Boy is one line of code compared to Arc Raiders. True, true, true. But what does that have to do with anything? Hey? Make your game better and market it, but I wish it was that easy. I wish it was that easy. You're spending time on crap no one cares about. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. What does that even mean? What crap? You gotta be more specific. You know? Eh? People want content, not written code. The content is here. The new content is here. We are playing through it. There's a shit ton of content, bro. Jesus. Right. This also needs this. And Fuck it. Oh, because I don't have it. Is there a way to do this without doing a dictionary? We asking anybody who can answer. Why would you not do it? I'm just asking. Can I do this without a dictionary? Because this food is only one item. And I'm literally doing a dictionary just to have a single thing. Like this. And then it's also hard to get the, because then you have to do food keys 0 just to get whatever this is, because it can be anything else. And then you have to do food literally like this. Just do 2 integer. The width is an int. Both these things are integers. So you want me to do this? I don't know, do whatever works for you. Nothing works for me anymore. Nothing. You believe in me? Damn. I wish I heard that more often, because you know, Teamstar always trolls me. Pierre only trolls me. You know, sad stuff. Sad stuff. Uh, damn, so toxic. I know. I know. Very unfortunate. So unfortunate. Bro just uninstall our co-op game. He deserves it. See? See? What happened to the days when it was all about the streamer? No? What happened to those days? These days it's just viewers trying to assault streamers, you know? It's incredible. It's incredible. Let's see. Chicken. Slot. What game? Arc Raiders. It's really fun. You should try it. They're doing a slam weekend. It's coming out in 10 days. Orc Raiders. Very fun game. Quite optimized. Quite optimized. You don't have to be a shooter because you can be a complete rat in this game. It's a extraction game. And it has a ton of rat mechanics where you just sneak about. You don't really have to engage if you don't want to. You can just hide in a bush. You could do the strategy I used to do in I keep forgetting the name. What was the name, Pimstar? The one that got shut down. The game that got shut down. Cycle. So in Cycle, man, I was such a rat. I would wait because there's a timer, right? There's a timer until the server restarts, and you have to get out before then. I will literally go and hide until there was like 5 minutes left. The server would be empty, and I would just go do my business. Yeah. Get loot and get out. That was my strategy. Wait until last minute. You're not a rat? You're some kind of cowardly boy, yes. Here's the reason why. I cannot compete with 15-year-olds, right? You just can't. Also, I don't have the FPS. I run games at 30 FPS. Yeah. There's no point in engaging in a PvP fight if everything is stacked against you. Like, you have to know your limits. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Sounds like a skill issue. No, it's not. It's not a skill issue. Why would it be a skill issue? It's a money and age issue. No? Yeah. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, the scene. Gotcha. Maybe that's why I don't play shooters anymore. Too old and slow. Exactly. See? But once you know this, you still can play them. You just need to know that you're not gonna do much. Also, rat behavior also involves taking out people that don't suspect you. Um, yeah. They need to open up servers exclusively for the senior citizen like us. True. Yeah, see? Look at that. See? And he's not even old. And he's doing the rat behavior. Telling you, man. Okay. Um, we have arrived. We have arrived. Now the question is, yeah, I should probably just yeah, just in case. We can delete the state machine because we're not using state machines anymore. You can go away as well. Why does it still say nest? Oh, because I call it nest. The mass. Dumbass. And now we're going to work on the manure. Are you guys excited? It's poopy time. Poopy time. Unfortunately, the only thing we have is this. So I'm thinking the way we do the poop is we take this. And this goes on top. It's gonna look something like this. So this is a poop spot. So that's a poop spot. And luckily we already have small poopies right here. So we can use that. We can use these. Holy fuck, it's big. Does that look like shit? Yes. Yes. Thank you. I was actually going for that, you know? Sir, I was actually going for that, sir. Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Okay. Let me give myself a bit more space. I think we settled on this. Okay. We got the manure going, and then we need you to give us manure. And there we go. And I think it's just going to work. It should just work. Oh no, it's still tied into the... I have to restart. And because I have to restart... Right, before I do restart... Let me build a bunch of barns. Wait, can I upgrade the barns? She... But Biley, are you still there? Maybe. What have you been up to, bro? Are you working on games? What's going on? I just recently got back into trying to make games more. Have you got something to show? No, not really, still working on prototype. Okay, I got a new dog and then found out wife was pregnant about a week later, so life has been busy. Damn. Congratulations. Wait a second. That means you don't have time to make games? Or watch Twitch? Sir? Sir? Now I'm back. Oh, I see. So now the reality hit you, right? It's like, holy shit. Kid on the way. I need to get a bag. I need to get the big bag. Everything hits all at once. It's like, fuck. College. By the time she gets to go to college, or the kid gets to go to college, shit, it's gonna cost $5 million. more like, if I don't make a game now, I'm never gonna. That's not true. That's not true. I mean, look at Tornity, look at Boolean, you know? There's plenty of game dev even after you have kids. Probably even more so because you have to watch them and it's like you're gonna get bored. You can only watch anime for so long, you know? And then when they get a bit older, you cannot watch the anime you used to watch because the anime is for older people, you know? So then you have to watch kids shows. I'll probably never make 5 million a game. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's feed you some cabbage. Some peppers. Some melons. Some radishes. Give me your manure. How's my chickens? Oh, they have no food. They're gonna starve. Ah. Fucked up. Fucked up. The animation. It's this. There we go. Piggies. Do they eat? They should be eating. Oh, you know what? Because the piggies, they need to eat a lot more. Funny enough. They need to eat 4 times. Yes. Wait, it doesn't go with them? You should. Oh, I know why. Okay, now it should. Well, since I'm doing this, let me make this universal. From the chicken. Do I need anything from you? I don't think so. So we're going to make our own base. Detached. Right? We're gonna detach. Attach. We're gonna call it animal NPC. No 2D. Is fed has produce spot. Produce. I'm such bad at naming stuff. It's crazy. Hunger max 5. House. There's no state machine. Doesn't exist anymore. State machine. Produce. There you go. The only thing we do have to get is the direction. Direction, we have to borrow the direction, and direction is... What the fuck is direction? Target direction. Why am I using direction? Hello, Atomic Time 69. Hunger 1. Hunger 1. Hunger. Hunger max. Like this. I think this is it. And then the produce is, for you is a nest. For the pig, we're gonna detached, attached is gonna be in the chicken. Produce is manure. Hunger 4, hunger 4. Looks about right. Now let's go to the sheep. Remove the state machine. Remove the thingy. Attach script. Chicken. Animal NPC. And I believe you were 6. We come back here. Props. Crop manure. Duplicate. Wool. Duplicate. Milk. Spanish casa dish, not Alec. Like a long while back, you like gave me tips on how to actually become a game dev, and now I'm working in game maker, currently making prototype for turn-based game. Nice. Hopefully it goes well. It was like a month ago. I have a question. What would you like to start learning to code in GDScript? It was really hard, but I also want to learn. Oh yeah, I told you about Braxy. so you didn't decide to go with Godot. You're going with GameMaker. Okay. Cool. So I'm guessing you tried to do the 20 games challenge, and you tried to use Godot, and you tried GameMaker, and then you liked GameMaker a bit more. Nice. What were the reason you choose GameMaker over the other ones? That's very interesting. You chose GameMaker. I did not expect that. Not at least over Godot. I'm very curious to see why. Honestly, I choose GameMaker because it's a very easy interface. Although Godot has an easy one too, but GameMaker has like everything I personally need. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Maybe I will give GameMaker a try. 20 games, yes. This. It's a very cool website. Highly recommend it. You don't have to do all the 20 games, but it's a good way to figure out what engine you end up liking more. So what you can do is it gives you a set of instructions and things you will be learning, right? So you're making Pong, it gives you the goals, and then you even have showcases from other people with the source code, right? So what you can do is you can do similar thing is you use all the engines to make the same game, and then you see, okay, which engine do I vibe with? Because maybe you're not gonna like Godot. Maybe you're gonna think, oh, this is stupid. This node hierarchy thing is kind of dumb. I prefer other engines. So doing it this way, you can figure out what engine you end up liking. But let me look something up. Like, I have a suspicion maybe GameMaker can do 2D games a bit better. GameMaker. I'm looking for something specific. I'm looking for thousands of objects. this what I'm looking for? Why is it loading so slow? Is my internet slow? What? I wonder what's the equivalent of a node in GameMaker. Instance. I don't know. I'll probably have to ask Bailey. Not Bailey. 8-bit. Okay. We got the sheep. And the cow. And need to change the animation. Make sure they don't eat forever. Milk. Done. We got all the animals. But the question is, how did I set up the barn? Like this. Oh yeah, and the chicken as well. You cannot be forgetting about the chickens. Chicken hypo. Oh no, everything is named chicken. There. Okay. Do we have... Do we have a bucket? Do we have a bucket? What the fuck are you doing, Oxynom? Can you stop getting hacked? What's going on? Nah, yeah, how can you be spamming your keyboard and you're typing that shit? Come on. Come on. Come on. Stop bullshitting. Why you be bullshitting? I'm in the mainframe. Bro spamming shit. And he's like, oh. Holy D-boy calling someone out. I call people out all the time, bro. What are you? I call people out all the time. All the time. Uh, ba, ba, ba. Do I need to call your dad? Do I have to call your dad? Because I will. Because I will. How is there no bucket? How is there no bucket? I do need a bucket. Because I haven't found one. Which means I need to make one. That's insane. Right? I could use this. Could use this. Um, I mean, this is more like a bucket. To be fair. Ah, the only problem with this is that it has density, it has collision. And I don't want collision. I don't want collision. It's not a bad bucket. Not a good bucket. It's not a bad bucket though. How you like your milk? Okay, maybe like this. Not bad. Not good. Not bad. So we got the milk. Next is the wool. Now, how the heck do we get the wool? Do I have anything to work with? I got a stack of hay. I don't know how useful that's gonna be. Nah, that doesn't match the art style. Unfortunate. There's nothing. There's nothing. I think I'll have to make something myself again. Okay. It's a cool bucket. It just doesn't really fit the style we need. I think for the wool I can just do a similar thing. Might just use these. But then you won't know which one is which. Maybe not a big deal. And do you think your creation will fit the style you need? The fuck is crop wool milk, huh? I went with more of a carry bucket. This looks more like a barrel. Yeah, it is a barrel. No, you're right, you're right. It is a barrel. It's very much a barrel. This. Right here. Mr. Pierre. What do you think? Oh, they're not walking. Fuck. They are not walking because the agent. I'm like, why are they not walking? Now they be walking. Eating, walking. How do I make a texture in UI have frames? You can use animation player. So you're saying this doesn't make sense? But does it have to make sense? Why does everything need to make sense? It doesn't need to. It just feels weird that it's pooping out from basically no interaction. I don't think it matters that much. No, I don't. No, that's too much. I feel like that would be too much. Because then we're going back to the problem of having too many scenes, too many nodes. We're running into that problem. Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. I'll fix it. It's not a big issue right now. Why is this black magic? Don't worry, don't worry. Can I fix it? I just... I made it worse. Look. I feel like this is fine. Guys, I feel like this is... No, what? Save. Save. Okay, can somebody back me up? Why are you like this? Stupid eye sorting. But now the problem is... Huh? Well, that's not gonna work. What's going on with the cows? Did you add cooking yet? No. There is no cooking. I can make milk bottles. I can. But does that make sense? Because I can. We actually have milk bottles right here. I mean, this would solve all my issues. Literally. So when do I get a custom NPC name? Let's see how the game sells, right? God damn it, I pressed the wrong button. Pressed the wrong button. I bought the game and spent 20. I think that should get I should get one. We are not there yet. We are not there yet, unfortunately, but one day we will get there. We're scammed from out custom. Oh, don't call it a scam yet. Don't call it a scam yet. Hold your horses. Let me cook for at least 10 years, okay? Let me cook first, and then after 10 years, you can come back and say it was a scam. Everyone else is getting away with it. Why can't I get away with it, you know? Is it because I'm European? Huh? That's why. I'm not allowed to get away with it. Ah. Okay. The only thing Mrs. Farm Girl, yes, is going to be a DLC. I've actually thought about that one. It's gonna be a DLC. No, it's not gonna be. It's gonna be free DLC. That one is gonna be free. Nobody will download it. Why not? Why not? Yo, Hachi. We can. We can make a second game, and the only difference is it's a different character. Oh my god. Oh my god. The villagers are female. The workers are female. Genius. I mean, Pokemon does it. Red and blue. You know? What's the other ones? Why can't we do it? God does it. Assassin's Creed does it. Ruby and sapphire, gold and silver, red and blue, yellow, blue, red and green. Sword and shield, sun and moon. They do it, why can't we? You know? All sun and moon. Ultra sun and moon. 1 year later. How are the reviews the same? Sword and shield. Scarlet and violet. Bro, if they can do it, why can't we? And then I can make a bundle. Mr. Farmboy and and Farm Goal. Genius. It can be a bundle. Holy fuck, the strategy is real. Two came out after massive success. No. Maybe, but... Maybe, but... Are you sure? Because I remember it always come with two. You can pick one or the other, or you can pick both. You buy both. You buy both of them. Yeah, it released two. I remember, because you would have different starting Pokemons, and that was the only difference. I think, but I don't remember. Bro, we need to do a Kickstarter. Why not? Why not? Yeah, I know. Now, I've been talking about Kickstarters forever. Are you gonna kickstart a game you already released? You can. Lots of games do it. Because you need extra funding, you need... Most do it for marketing. It can just be a marketing push. How the fuck are they getting away with this? Oh my god, house farming. Oh, this is so cool. Shit. Damn. You get collector's boxes. You should never open these. This will only go in value. If you get one of these, save it for your grandkids. That can be your grandkids' college fund. Yeah, the stretch goals are all done. We need to do a monster collection game. There's a seventh game idea. Monster collection game. Yeah. We're gonna collect them monsters. Bro, they eat all, they ate everything. They ate everything. It was, yeah. That's kind of the strategy. You want a low amount. And then you do stretch goals beyond that. Because what this is going to do, it's going to show in the campaigns as fully funded game. It's gonna show like this. And then because it shows on this page, then you get even more eyes on it. Right? You're gonna get even more eyes on it. Because it's right at the top. Just make sure you read. Bro, you think they're gonna come here to Romania? Bro, come on. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Okay. Next, we have to work on the rancher. So the rancher is gonna feed and collect. 2 jobs. That's a lot of jobs for Mr. Rancher. Which one is the closest? The gatherer, right? Gatherer is the closest thing to what I need. Yeah. Exciting, it's almost done, guys. We're almost back to the gameplay loop after we do the rancher. And then we have to do the forester and the miner. Yeah. Get rid of this. Look at this state machine. Holy fuck. Look at this. Fuck off. Why you have state machine? You two fuck off. Copy this. Delete. Go here. Nah, we don't have time for bonk. We have to work. No time to play. We are picking up. Yes. We are picking up stuff. No bonk, no fun. There's no time for fun. No time, bro. You think there would be fun, but there's no time for fun. Right, I haven't set up the animations. So let's do that. How big is the player animation? There we go. Idle front, idle right. Idle back. Thank you for the follow, Tora. Walk front. Walk right. Walk back. Okay, here's my genius plan. Here's my genius plan. 3-step plan. Mr. Farm Boy. Farm Girl. Mr. Farm Boy and Farm Girl. So this is the trilogy. What do we think? What do we think? What did Farmboy fails do? What do you mean fails? Just make one farming game and move on, bro. Move on, sir. Move on. Bro, I swear, this is a genius plan. I think this is a genius plan. Thank you for the follow, Siek. Siekwi. What's that? Is that French? You may think I won't do it. I will definitely do it. %100%. Carry front. And then carry right. Carry back. Carry back. Idle front. Idle right. And then idle back. Where's Spain? Because one of you guys removed it. That's why. Okay. Pro streamer blames chat. Exactly. Who else am I going to blame? I cannot blame myself, can I? That would be crazy. Walk to house, obtain. Wait, how am I gonna do? This needs to be obtain task. Walk to drop. Work on drop. Stay in house, can't reach house, can't reach. drop. No drop. Walk to warehouse. Walk to warehouse, stay in warehouse. Because we are depositing things. Maybe I can do this. I mean, we'll see. Okay. Can't reach house. Walk to house. Walk to warehouse. Stay in warehouse. Walk to drop. Stay in a house. Obtain task. Walk to drop. Can't reach drop. Walk to drop. Walk to drop. Work on drop. Work on drop. Walk to drop. Walk to drop. Let me shoot, there's so much in here. I need to simplify this. Obtains task. Walk to task. Work on task. And literally the task can just be you going from can't reach task. Can't reach. Work on task. Can't reach. Task. No task. We're not gonna do this warehouse stuff. Okay. Well, technically, if there's no house, there is no house. Never mind. walk to task, work on task. It's down here. Work on task, and after you work on task, you walk to task, because now you gain a new task. Walk to task, obtain task, walk to task, walk to task. If this is empty, wait, why am I going to the warehouse? If it's empty, why am I going to the warehouse? Okay, let's delete this. Can't reach task. Walk to task. Then I can delete this. No task. Walk to task. State no task. Can't reach task. All this will need to change. State work on task. Oh my god. You know what? Let's remove everything. And do it properly. State can't reach. Task. work on task. Okay. Now we're going to go one by one. Give me 1 second. Alright, let's find a video we can watch. Any recommendation?
Wanting to be done exploring because they typically end before various zones Mario can explore are on different islands, and he can jump on Plessy.
So,
What is one thing an
but you're and Christmas for the movement and inventory and the camera and things like good few game back into Snow Flipper.
Okay.
Hello, welcome back. You've got Scott.
God.
For a while now, I've been on the lower end of software, both in my language choice, graphics programming APIs, and on my projects. For a while now, I've been on the lower end of software, both in my language choice, graphics programming APIs, and on my projects. I've met a lot of renderers/engines, where most of my knowledge transferred between each iteration, but not much of the code. Because I got better at architecting or at graphics programming, reusing the same code felt like going backwards. But imagine a world where you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time you want to draw a triangle to the screen. It would be nice, no? Making your own model loader for the first time is nice. Learning how to make a software rasterizer using only your CPU is also nice. Building with bulk and abstraction hell is also fun for some time. But after some time, you wanna see results different from the same model spinning on the screen, like...
Киборг Linus Droidwelts от Red Hat успешно заразил миллионы компьютеров вирусом GCC в системе.
So I figured, why not try and do the opposite and go for a higher end solution? In this case, a game engine, Godot. It was made by 2 Argentinian devs, by the way, and I'm Argentinian, by the way. Hashtag Argentina mentioned Messi better than Ronaldo. Anyways, for the past month, I've been diving myself deep in the Godot docs and making a horror co-op game, which I'll be talking about in a later video. And it has helped me a lot to learn how to do stuff in Godot. One thing I was worried about when using a game engine was that I would be tinkering a lot with UIs instead of writing code and building my own systems. But the experience has been quite the opposite. In fact, Godot gives you very little built-in stuff. You have to make your own own character FPS camera, your own movement with friction, interaction systems, etc. It gives you the lower level stuff built in, like raycasts so you can interact with objects, material systems so you can edit your object's visual properties, and physics to make the world feel more alive by default. But if you want to make a door interact, you have to make it move by yourself. Same with cabinets, hiding spots, and with breaking items. In this case, to break this base, you have to break the model into little pieces by yourself, then attach this function as a callback whenever the object collides with something, check that the velocity for it to break is high enough, spawn the broken item, apply an impulse to it, and clean up the object after some time.
So the problem with this,
that fade out that you function as a callback whenever the object collides with something, check that the velocity for it to break is high enough, spawn the broken item, apply an impulse to it, and clean up the object after some time. And by the way, that fade out that you see at the end is a shader, so you get to write low level stuff. Sounds great to item with some pieces by yourself. And then
so
in this case, to break this base, you have to break.
So the problem with this, if you have to do all these nodes just for a vase, I mean, you're kind of already fucked. It's kind of already fucked. That's a shit ton amount of nodes just for one vase. So the performance is going to shit after this.
The model into little pieces by yourself, then attach this function as a callback whenever the object collides with something, check that the velocity for it to break is high enough, spawn the broken item, apply an impulse to it, and clean up the object after some time. And by the way, that fade out that you see at the end is a shader, so you get to write low level stuff too. It's like you get to do the fun stuff without having to reinvent the wheel each time. Sounds great to me. Godot has many official programming language choices as well as non-official ones. In my case, I've just tried GDScript and C++. Yes, you've heard it right. C++. I've sinned, I'm sorry. I won't do it again, I promise. Both kinda felt the same, and the examples on how to use the Godot API on both are very similar. The only difference in my experience between both has been that writing C++ required a lot more setup. You have to compile everything using the scons build system, choose your compiler, and add code as GD extensions. It's a bit less portable since C++ is a bit hard to make cross-platform. The way you debug code is up to you, for example using GDB, and since Godot 4.2 you can have hot reloading, which is pretty cool. Meanwhile, GDScript is a lot more plug and play. No setup, built-in debugger, built-in editor, which is okay, though I prefer using NeoVim plus the Godot LSP, which works great. C++ or C# are useful if you're limited by your CPU frame time. In my case, I'm limited mostly on the GPU, but if
Wait. I am limited. I am limited by CPU. I have loads of CPU problems. Which means I need to switch to C++. Damn it.
in my case, I'm limited mostly on the GPU, but even then, most of the functions given to you by the Godot API in GDScript are native and built on C++ itself. So unless you're implementing expensive algorithms or really CPU-intensive calculations, you should be fine with GDScript, especially if you use type hints, which help the interpreter optimize stuff. Godot comes with a shading language similar to GLSL. The engine itself hot reloads your shaders when you change them, and it integrates itself a lot with the material system. In here, I set the albedo color as well as the emission color on the shader itself. You also get to define your fragment and your vertex shader in the same file, which is so nice coming from GLSL. Normally, if you wanted to do this, you would have to extend the language, which is no easy task. Adding post-processing shaders is not so hard either. The one I'm using right now is a modified version of the original PS1 shader in godotshaders.com. You can also set the values of uniforms in shaders from the Godot editor editor itself, as well as through code. In fact, pretty much every single value is editable. For example, if you hover in the position value, it tells you the property name and how to access it, so you can change it like this. Also, notice how I use Mesh Instance 3D. This selects the node on my node tree, and the onReady value tells Godot to automatically edit when the node is ready. There's also the export annotation, which exports the value to the editor. Very useful to attach scenes or object references. GDScript also has other language commodities like built-in math operations for vectors and matrices, which are very nice to use, and tweens, which call a callback every frame for the amount of time you set and interpolating through the values you set. Godot gives you a really useful tool for figuring out what is making your code slow, a profiler. It gives you a good idea of how time is spent through your frame. How long does each function take, how long does your GPU versus CPU take, and which is the bottleneck. As you can see here, my GPU is doing most of the work per frame, and based on all that information, you can fix the stuff that is limiting you. For example, if you're limited by dynamic lighting, you can bake your lighting that does not change. Kinda like how Source 2 games like CS2 and Half-Life Alyx do it. If you're overdrawing, you can add LODs which control the level of detail based on how far away you are, or add occlusion culling to not show non-visible objects. All of the solutions are given to you by default on Godot, but you'd never get to know about them if you never read the docs. Which leads me to my next point, the Godot docs are top tier. I've had the experience of, hey, I'm bored, I'll read the Godot docs many times. It teaches you pretty much any concept that you would need in game dev, and the engine itself. It's very easy to skim through, and it goes over topics like optimizations, shader tutorials, vector math, and more. There's also no need to read in order. You can just randomly click on some article, learn something new, and then go to another one. The built-in editor documentation is pretty good as well. You can just hover over some function, for example _process, and it tells you when it is called, and some functions even have examples on them. You can also have this documentation available when you hover through the NeoVim LSP. Godot in general lacks tutorials, but its documentation makes up for it. As mentioned at the start, one thing that has been annoying on each iteration of my game engine building journey is that a lot of code becomes useless, mainly because I find better ways of doing the same low-level stuff but in other, often better ways. Since all low-level graphics API stuff is done for you, I found myself not with this problem as much as before, because I instead build systems. For example, for interacting, I have an interaction system. For my inventory, I have an inventory system. For movement, I have another system. You get the idea. So all the same code can not only be reused for other components, but in other projects as well. Most items in my game interact like in Amnesia, where you have to move your mouse from left to right, top to bottom, or even spinning it. A bunch of this logic can be reused in many cases. In others, not so much. This makes it so I refine my systems over time, since I reuse them on each iteration, and it avoids me having to rewrite stuff from scratch. So even if you end up with a totally different idea of a game, since you have been building systems this entire time, you can just change the entire game idea with no major refactoring. Testing in general in game dev is pretty hard to do. One good example of good testing is Minecraft, where they write tests that run in the game itself. Minecraft has a lot of complex systems that interact with each other, so this works well for them, but this doesn't apply to most games. Instead, I found myself using assertions a lot. I've had this habit for a while now, in all types of applications. They're basically little tests that run even on release that assert that you never get to an invalid state. This is great for games since everything is state, and invalid state is usually going to crash your game or cause undesired behavior. So by asserting, you tell your program your worldview and how stuff should behave. For example, in my headable component, there should never be a moment where interaction cooldown is null, and if that ever happens, I want to be notified immediately and crash. Godot even sets a breakpoint on the assertion immediately. You might think crashing on assertions is bad, but it actually makes your program more reliable, since now you explicitly handle invalid state and make sure that you never send invalid data from one place to the other. Tiger Beetle, a financial transaction database, does it extensively, and it makes it one of the most reliable databases that exist. SQL does it too, and they have over 5,290 assertions. Honestly, I could make an entire video just about assertions and how to write them. Tell me in the comments if you're interested in it. There are many other features that I did not mention, like networking or physics. The point I've been trying to make with this video is that you can keep your game development as low level as you want, even while using a game engine. There's no need to reinvent the wheel if you want to display cool stuff on the screen. This is something I've seen a lot of developers around me suffer with, and I have as well. We want to make cool stuff, but never get to because of the amount of boilerplate that there is to do anything in game dev. Using a game engine like Godot, you get to do the same in less time and learn the same amount you would with your own game engine, as far as you're curious enough, since Godot lets you stay low level where it matters. Anyways, this was all for this video. If you enjoy low level game dev topics or systems programming in general, consider joining my Discord, where we talk about all that cool stuff and we showcase projects we build. Also, thanks to my loyal channel members for waiting so long for this video. Consider supporting the channel if you enjoy my content, and see you guys later.
Okay.
Guys!
The wrong side of the world. Now this is fixed.
I need to do one of these.
It disappears properly. I failed and it fixed them. And now I can start a brand new game.
So this is one of China's earliest domestic.
I was pretty.
You might not believe.
Holy fuck. Even on my bot account. This shows up.
Wake the f up, samurai!
Wait.
We have a city to burn! Okay, so first of all, you guys will have to forgive me because I'm not meant to be doing streams like this. I'm meant to be playing fucking dress up in my room, playing video games, okay? I did not want to have to do.
Blackbeard isn't. Blackbeard isn't evil. He just does things antagonistic from our main characters.
That's crazy.
He could be.
Make small games, if you could, but the core gameplay still needs work. And a game that feels great to play. Its own built-in constraints. It gives you a fixed 128 by 128 resolution, a 16 color palette, on an aesthetically pleasing way to show this information in the game, because I was so hyper-focused on keeping the game.
With its biggest update yet, Matterlords has entered a whole new era. For the first fantastic sign, one person cannot. Perhaps I want to change this.
Right. Over the
I've gotten many chances.
As I made plenty of mods.
I've gotten many chances to display.
Yeah, that's a really.
The 2025.
Alright.
Ever since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
After playing Celeste, I became obsessed with.
Why is this shit showing up on my...
After playing Celeste.
How big should your asset?
Some of you. I was pretty sure.
The ultimate introduction to Godot.
If I now run the project, we want to try.
Okay.
We want to have the name of the node first of all, which in our case is either going to be progress or color.
We're only drawing where it overlaps with the triangle. These would be the corresponding shaders for the triangle and square in Godot's shading language. All interactions with the stencil buffer are confined to the new stencil mode keyword and the various modes you can put after it. Stencil buffers can be used to create dozens of different effects. The most popular example would have to be portals. Here's a little test scene I made. Through this portal, I can see a separate scene with a red cube in it. If I look around, you can see it's all just an illusion. There's nothing there. In fact, I actually see a green cube if I look at it the other way. Something like this is now very simple with stencil buffers. First, I render this rectangular mesh instance that sets a 1 to the stencil buffer. If I use the stencil viewer node I made, you can actually see what values are in the buffer. Let's turn that off for now. Mask. Here's what the shader looks like. Alright, next feature. This is technically two features, but they're closely related. Abstract classes and abstract functions. Abstract classes are classes that can't be instantiated on their own. Basically, if you want to use an abstract class, you need to first create a class that overrides it. Abstract functions are functions that have to be overridden by child classes. In most Godot projects, you'll typically have some very generic base classes, like this enemy class. Enemy class. On its own, it doesn't have much functionality, and so it wouldn't make much sense to instantiate this as it is. By using the abstract keyword before the class name, you can guarantee that the user of the class won't do that by accident. If we look at the functions of the class, they're also quite bare bones. While the take damage function is fine on its own, we'd expect every single enemy to implement the die function separately. By writing abstract before this function, we can again guarantee that this class will be used the way we expect. In general, the abstract keyword enforces a specific way of using a class, which can help prevent bugs before they're even written. This bat class inherits the enemy class. We don't have to override the take damage function. We can if we want to, no errors pop up, but it's not necessary. We do, however, have to override the die function. If we comment it out, an error pops up, telling us to implement it. Next feature. There were a lot of quality of life features introduced in 4.5. Instead of picking just one, I'll quickly go through the ones that I personally find the most useful. Mute game toggle. When running your game in editor, there's now a mute game button at the top. When I'm not specifically working on sound effects or music, I generally prefer to keep my projects on mute. This makes that a bit more convenient. Script color picker. When you have a color defined in your script, you'll now see a little indicator next to the color, showing you what it looks like. When you click this indicator, it pops up Godot's default color picker, letting you manually adjust it. Tile map chunking. Now tile maps collision shapes are automatically merged into bigger groups. Before, collisions would look like this, with one individual collision shape per tile. Now they look something like this, where the engine attempts to merge the shapes of nearby tiles. This isn't technically just a quality of life change, because it also improves performance, but I'm putting it here because it's a feature I was looking forward to for quite a while. Append signal source. When binding a new signal, you have this append a signal source checkbox. When you check it and create the signal's color will be added to the end of the argument list automatically, letting you use the node in your function. So that's the quality of life stuff done. The next feature I want to talk about is stacked label effects. When using a label node, you get access to this label settings resource that lets you change things like the font size, outline, and drop shadow. As of 4.5, there's new options for stacked outlines and stacked shadows. Each of these allow for custom sizes and colors. You could recreate this sort of effect in earlier versions by stacking multiple label nodes on top of each other, but that's much less convenient. This is a feature I personally have had a lot of fun with. I like having alternate white and black outlines to create high contrast text and icons. I also love animating outlines. Like, look at this. This effect works by increasing and then decreasing the size of each outline, and then once an outline layer gets to the end, moving it back to the first part of the array. This is probably one of the least optimal ways of implementing this sort of animating effect, but it was really easy to code, and I think it'll probably pop up now and then in some of my future videos. The final feature to talk about is shader baking. This feature actually has quite a history. A big problem in modern games is shader compilation. Whenever you write a shader, it has to get turned into code the GPU can actually run. That's one of the reasons why a lot of games nowadays have these really long loading screens when you start them up. It's typically better to get the shader compilation out of the way at the start of the game, rather than hit the player with a bunch of random stutters throughout. Godot didn't really have a system for this before version 4.4. In that update, they added Uber shaders. These were shaders the engine could fall back on while another shader is busy compiling. They reduced stutter, but they only really worked for the engine's default shaders, and were more of a band-aid on the problem than a full solution. Well, 4.5 finally introduced that solution, shader baking. In export settings, you can now choose to enable shader baking. What this will do is at the start of the project, it scans through all of the shaders in your game and pre-compiles them for the user's device. In most cases, this will completely solve in-game lag caused by shader compilation. This was a very commonly complained about issue in previous versions. I mean, look at all these people asking for workarounds for it, but now it's finally solved. So that's all the features I wanted to go over. I hope this inspired you to work on your own projects and try out the new update. The link to the Godot blog post that goes over all these features and way more is linked in the description. If this helped you out, feel free to like, subscribe, comment, all that stuff. I do greatly appreciate feedback or suggestions for future videos that you may have. Enemy class. On its own, it doesn't have much functionality, and so it wouldn't make much sense to instantiate this as it is. By using the abstract keyword before the class name, you can guarantee that the user of the class won't do that by accident.
Hello and welcome back to another video on this channel. In today's devlog I want to introduce you to the probably most valuable world upgrade I've ever done. So let's don't waste any time and dive right into it. As you already can see, this whole world side looks very different, and this is obviously because I added some height to this world side, because in the first place I just had one flat surface which had basically two ground options. One is a solid ground and the second one was a liquid ground, and I now introduced some more layers. I guess it's 3. 1, 2 and 3. Yeah, I was right. And with this option I can introduce some more objects which are basically only spawnable within a good height or in combination with some other options. I think this makes the whole world surface more beautiful. Of course, I'm not 100% satisfied with this result currently, because I think it's a bit too green. Maybe the different world layers will have some different colors, but for now I think this is a really cool change. Not only because we have some more spawnable options, but because it gives the whole world side much more depth. The second change within this whole world change is the liquid. You see, the water has changed a lot, because now it is way more pixelated and it is a bit more shallow, and also it's a bit brighter. It's not that dark blue. I don't know how I like that. Maybe I'll change the color back to its original color blue, but I think the color does match to the whole surface. What I'm still missing is the foam on the border of the water object, but to be honest, it is super hard to achieve that within the shader graph, because currently I use the orthographic camera and all the techniques I know are for perspective camera, so the foam does not work. So I'm still working on that, but I still wanted to show you this result. I kind of like that change in general with the new water and also the new height of the surface. And of course there will be much more environment objects on the surface, for example some flowers, so there's a bit more color on this side, as well as other trees, bigger trees for example, so that the whole world side gets much more interesting. And now some quick insights on how I did this pixelated water, because I didn't know it at first either, but it's super interesting. First we get the UV node within shader graph of the object and multiply this.
Let's continue. Can we get the rancher done today? Can we have it done today? What do you think? Can it be done today? Little Carlito, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So what exactly is going to happen? Well, you hire one, then this is gonna trigger. This is going to trigger. And when this is done, it's going to walk to the house. We can start there. Fudge. I need a warehouse. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Progression does not save. Why does it not save? What's that about? Aha, that's why. This is advancement data. Actually, let me look. Stats. Oh, it's just a dictionary. Okay. You should save now. How are you still buying stuff? I don't want you to buy anything. Why are you going to a circle? What do you mean? Going farm? It's because it's all broken. What was it? Fix it? Well, probably the solution is going to be not doing it. At all. It's too expensive. Changing terrain, it's very expensive on the CPU. Oxynon is turning to a hater the dark side with us. I don't know why I'm cultivating only haters. You know? I try not to. Shit. The fuck is all this? Why you didn't count? Why? What? So if I hire two, are you guys just gonna work? We good? I'm a content creator, I demand Steam keys. Hey, I too am a content creator. If you give me one Steam key, I'll pay you in publicity to my audience of 3. True. I still need to get Covino to play my game, but I'm waiting for update 4. And then I will give you a key. Let me check something first. Okay, you still have it. Okay. When's update 4 going to beta? Soon. Soon. Okay. Not bad. You can animate this. You can you can animate it where it like goes like from the bottom and then it just rotates and then it lands here. You can probably even attach. You can probably even attach a line. You can attach a line to here, a line to the, and then I think you can bend it. Can you not? You don't want a line? Okay. You just want to do it in pixel art, right? You don't want the physics line. You just want art. Okay. That's cool. What was I doing? Alright, I need to get rid of the warehouse. Why is this screaming? Huh? What buttons? There is no button. Item ID farmer? What the fuck? What is going on? We're trying to get farmers. Okay, where's this coming from? I think it's looking for farmer, but I do not have a farmer, do I? $51. Can I get rid of you? $51, $52. As far as I know, 52 is Ah man, I wish there was an easier way to identify enums in the debugger. Well, I can just delete this, then they go away. There. Can I? What? Oh, because I get them back then. Fuck. Of course. Of course I get them back. Yep, I thought so. Can I remove you? I cannot remove them. Okay. Let me get a rancher. Okay, we got a rancher. Let's see what happens. Nothing happened. Walked the house, and now he's staying in the house. There's nothing to buy. What are you trying to buy? There's nothing to buy. There's no target item. No, there is a target item. How did you get the target item? But the target market doesn't have the item. So how did you get it? No idea. Okay. Those. Do we start a new game? Yes. So stay in house. Stay in house. While we stay in house, so var current task enum tasks. Give me 1 second. Back. Do you guys ever get overwhelmed when you code? Does it ever hit you like a ton of bricks? Does that ever happen? Task. Gather. Gather. Animal drop. Task. Walk to task, work on task. Animal drop. Warehouse. warehouse, cube, barn, house, I want to try something different. See if I can pull it off. We are doing double states. Okay. Just trying to make the state machine a bit smaller because it doesn't have to be this big. Work on task. Work on task. Okay. Give me 1 second. back. Okay, obtain task. Work on task. No task. Blank state. Obtain task. Void. Let's start with the non-task, which means the only thing that can happen is current task equal to task house. So they are walking to the house. So then I don't need to do this here. I can do it in we can do it in walk to task. Here. We can do match current task house this. Then we can do task warehouse warehouse target warehouse. Target warehouse. Target target. You know what? Instead of doing this, I'm gonna do target. What's happening? I'm streaming, we hanging out in your hangout. No. Who are you anyway? Who are you, buddy boy? We'll hang out when update 4 is out. We can hang out then. Until then, it's work. Target. var target building. Target building. Okay, this is not gonna work. So in obtain task, I could just but then what's this? So I cannot use. Can I use target harvest? No. Target crop is what is crop? Crop is crop. What does this derive from? From breast base. Bro, my phone is dying. Have you guys got some recommendations for a low budget phone? That is good and lasts. Target animal drop crop nest. How low? I don't know. How low? Just low. Probably no more than 200. Yeah, I mean, even just saying that feels bad, man. I have heard of that one. But I was told it's very bad. I don't remember who told me. Somebody told me.
If you're in the market for a new smartphone and you're looking for the cheapest option possible, then Samsung may have exactly what you've been looking for. This is the Samsung Galaxy A16. And if you live in the United States, this is the cheapest Samsung phone that you can buy and one of the cheapest phones that you can buy in the US overall. But what exactly are you getting with a phone that's only going to set you back $200? And is it even worth it to check out? Well, let's talk about it and find out. What's going on, guys? Ty Tech here, back again. Plus flagships every year. Switching to a phone that cost a fifth of that was a big change for me. But if you only have that fifth to work with and you're the kind of person that just needs a phone to be a phone, then the Galaxy A16 will take care of all of your basic smartphone necessities and nothing more. On the front, you get a 6.5-inch Super AMOLED display with a 90 Hz refresh rate. Now, it's not the brightest or prettiest display, especially with those big bezels going around the side, but it is fairly sharp, plenty big enough for watching content or playing games on, and plenty smooth when you're scrolling through web pages and navigating through the OS. Now, the glare in your display in direct sunlight is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, thanks to this display only having a peak brightness of about 800 nits, but hey, at least it has a higher refresh rate than a base iPhone 16 today, which is a fact
I'm also looking for a big screen.
that makes me want to roll my eyes down the nearest bowling lane. The frame and back of this phone are both made of plastic, with the frame having this smooth transition leading you right to your volume rating at all. And despite this phone definitely being on the, cheaper side of things, Samsung was still able to give this phone a little bit of elegance thanks to that gradient to the plastic on the back of this phone that shifts whenever light hits it. That's the main reason why I got the light gray version of this phone to show off. I also thought that the light gray color would be better at hiding fingerprints. I was wrong. This phone was an absolute fingerprint magnet thanks to the plastic on the back, and it also made it kind of slippery to use in my hands.
Yeah, I'm down with yeah.
So, for the
I mean, I have an OnePlus.
still left in the
I love my
I even
OnePlus.
got way into the next day
It's just
sometimes
dying.
with lighter
That's the
use.
problem.
The target customer for this phone is probably going to be a light
I
to
had it
moderate
for like,
user,
how long have I
meaning
had
you'll
it?
probably use this phone for
7
some
years?
light web browsing, taking phone calls and returning text messages, a little social media browsing, maybe some YouTube thrown in there, and you'll get a whole day's worth of battery life out of the A16, no problem. However, that battery life that's a bit of the worst part of this phone and the worst part of any phone at this price point. With
milliamp hour battery
a 144Hz IPS LCD display and Android 15 out of box. So is this Poco M7 4G the ultimate super budget smartphone? Let's find out. Let's talk design of the Poco M7 4G. The back is this weird sort of design profile, but it is super plasticky, as you can hear, and doesn't feel particularly premium in any way, shape or form. Also, it is quite heavy. To be exact, 224 grams in weight, which is a thick big boy to be exact. But then other main points of the design profile is its display. Yes, it has thicker borders all the way around and a pretty deep looking chin, but let's talk some real world specs. You get a 6.9-inch IPS LCD display.
Ooh, 6.9
Hz with 700 nits of peak brightness. So this is an FHD plus resolution display. So when you're watching content back on here, this is where the display is excellent. It is rich, vibrant and really colorful. It doesn't have the depth and quality in the blacks and certain color areas as an AMOLED or an OLED panel, but factor in the 129 price tag and that display does a really good job of displaying color. So watching content on here,
is it good against
YouTube, Netflix,
solar?
Disney Plus, Paramount, wherever it may be? All of that looks really good. Living under this plastic backing is a Snapdragon 685 chipset. Now that chipset itself is quite old and is often found in super budget smartphones like the Poco M7, but when you're running it through benchmarks, because of that large battery, this is the best way to test it. Running through 3D Mark's Extreme Lifestyle Extreme Test, which is 20 cycles of the same thing over and over.
Yeah, how well can I see the screen?
Of how the chipset performs, but most importantly how the battery performs. Now if you're looking at this in a real world scenario, this is only using 3% to run that 20 cycles, and in comparison, when you're comparing it to say something like the flagship smartphones that have over 6,000 mAh batteries, things like the OnePlus 13, Oppo Find X8 Pro, roughly they use over 10% in the exact same cycle. Now to push that a little bit further, this is all battery related, to push that a little bit further, if you run through Antutu's benchmark testings, a very similar scenario, the heat dissipation only goes up by 4.4 degrees in terms of centigrade. It goes higher, but only uses 1% in its battery. So in terms of the battery life and the performance, which is the main thing of the Poco M7, it does an insane job. And one thing I've got to mention here, this is a silicon carbon battery with 7,000 milliamp hours and 33 watts of wire charging. So that battery is going to be multi-day as a bare minimum. A bit more detail about the Snapdragon 685 is when it comes to things like gaming, we'll touch on this very quickly, is if you want to play games,
I don't care about
like,
games.
Call of Duty Warzone, it won't even appear in your app list to be able to download because it's not compatible because of restrictions. The 685 chipset is probably more suited to games like Alto's Adventure or Super Mario Run. Now the reason being here is it is a low GPU performing game, so it's not going to be able to run those really high performance games, but the games that it does run really well, and the graphics on all of these look really good, super playable, and the best fit for this phone in particular and that chipset is more casual games, things like Super Mario Run, games like Alto's Adventure, Crossy Roads, Last War. All those will work really well and graphically look super punchy and vibrant because of the FHD plus display. For the Poco M7, we've touched on a few downsides, things like the plastic backing, the sort of older style of display, but one of the other key things when it comes to Xiaomi's OS in general, especially on these Poco phones,
700
is preloaded apps. We've actually dedicated a full system here, and you actually get 26 preloaded apps out of box that you're probably not going to use and you're going to want to delete, which is an option to delete those apps, but they are on there, which is a shame. But in terms of the OS, let's talk AI very quickly. This runs HyperOS 2.0, Android 15, and through a very quick update, when you first got the phone and set it up, you had to download the update to be able to prompt Gemini through the power button. So Google Gemini is the only AI system that works on here that is available on the only AI feature. So if you hold down a power button, you get the prompt, but you can then also go into Gemini Live, which is great. The OS itself is pretty functional and has a lot of the features that you find on a lot of the top-end Poco / mid-range Xiaomi phones. So you'll be able to fully is very good. Then an auxiliary lens, that's all you get in terms of rear camera housing. And then the performance, let's touch on that. So what you find system from is photos in 1,000 milliamp and performance, and then you got a I mean,
This 7,000 battery, that I kinda like that. A chunky battery. And it's a bit heavy, which I also like. Let's see, has he made something about... So how much is this? There are two versions. Um, $400 for a OnePlus Nord 5. Fuck. Realme's GT7. Realme. Where can I see the price? Price. Holy fuck, no. Price. Where's the price on this one? Doesn't say. Um, I was looking for OnePlus. OnePlus Nord. Nord. It's too much. What's the difference? What is the difference? Where can I buy these phones? Let's see. Bro, what? How much is this? Can I... Where do you buy your phones from, Archie? eMag. But why is it so expensive? Poco. Poco M7. Poco M7. Why is it so much? I thought it was less. Okay. It's around that 200. Okay. What about OnePlus? Nord 5. That's like double. Hmm. Oh yeah, this is the light version. Android 14. Android 15. It doesn't say the prices on this one. So how much is this one? Bro, what's with the Pro? I don't care about the Pro. Does it come with 5G? This one? It doesn't say. I don't think it does. It don't say. Let me see. Asi made a video about this.
because it offered a lot for not that much money. But the baby of the group is this, the Redmi Note 14. Now this also has a ton of interesting specs and features. You get a MediaTek 7027 official launch date is okay, pretty good. They're not overly big, they're relatively similar in terms of how they're stylized. The one on the bottom is slightly lower. I would say performance is actually pretty good across the board. So this comes things like scrolling, like watching content, just sort of loading up web pages, browsing the web, all that. The performance of that MediaTek 7025 Ultra processor has been really, really good. This is the 8GB 256 variant as well, just to let you know. So it runs very, very well, which is excellent. Some of the AI features, because this is a Chinese ROM version, do not work. Things like Gemini does not actually work on here for some reason, but Google Assistant does work. But then all the Google apps work absolutely fine. So if we move across to HyperOS itself, in terms of things like customization options, you get a plenty huge deal that you can go through and make this phone your own. And again, transitioning between apps, cycling through the OS, checking menus, etc. is very, very, very smooth. And then let's talk gaming. And we've mixed up a little bit here because we're going to show you some Street Fighter of us playing really, really badly. But what I would say,
I kind of want to try this Poco. But I guess I'm looking for the 5G version. But the reviews are not looking good, actually. Actually. Like, those sizes don't make sense. Oh, that's the display resolution. How do I find out? How do I find? Looking for dimensions. Is it this? 6.7. 667. There's not much information about this. It's like so obscure. Is AMOLED the one that helps with glare? Is it? I think it is, right? We're supposed to have Android 15. Why does it say Android 14? Wait, this came out in 2024. That makes no sense. Because this came out 2025. What's going on? What is going on? Right, this is the one I was looking for. Yeah. I'm so confused. They are using the same names, but they are different phones. Oh, Xiaomi. Wait a second. What the fuck? Wait, I'm confused. Yeah. They are different phones, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. How much is this? No, yeah, it's the same one. Bro, I'm so confused. How can this be newer? Am I tripping? How can this be newer than this? Why did they reduce the battery? Get back to work 1 second. Why did they reduce the battery? Why? Ooh, that's too much. Too much? Yeah, that's what I mean, is like And I'm also confused because Poco M7, it's newer than Poco M7 Pro 5G. I don't get it. I don't get how that works. And what interests me is this. And the size. Look. Ah. How do I go back? Let me snooze the ads. Okay, so this is not bad. How much is this? $150. Yeah. And how much is this? Ooh. $20 more. Why Poco, Samsung, Google makes premium budget phones? Because Hachi recommended it, so why not? Why not? I don't know what is. Probably, I don't know what. Yeah, Chinese, I think. All phones are Chinese, bro. Why can't I? Why can't I open the website? Wait, are you saying I can't open Google on Poco? Poco phone. Google. Yeah, it does. What are you talking about? Yeah, Hawaii, but this is not Hawaii, this is Poco. Is it better than no? No. My current phone? No. My current phone is, I got it in 2018 or 19, I don't remember. It's OnePlus 7E Pro. Wow, it's still this much? What the fuck? This is the one I have. But it's fucked. The screen is fucked. Everything is fucked. Charging is fucked. Everything is fucked. But this is the one I have. I paid like 1,000 for it. Yeah, I'm gonna get a Poco. M7. Oh, I need to make an account. Fuck. Oh, yeah, well, I don't have money to spend like you do, bro. Let me do it on my phone. Let me do it on my phone. Wait, let me 1 second. She Do I care? No. Are you serious? You're still gonna ask me to log in? Hmm. Well, if you ask me to log in, then give me the stuff. Huh? Ah, who cares? Okay. Oh. Um. Stop. This is my phone. Oh no, it is. Fingers crossed it comes with a broken screen, thank you. Jesus Christ. Why would you say that? Sir. Why would you say such a thing? I also need cases, don't I? Don't I need cases? Do they have cases? Does it come with a case? Or do you have to buy a case? Separate case. Case. There is no cases, so you have to buy a case. It hurts my soul. Okay. Done. Bury it deep in the soul and let it fester. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Okay. Oh Lord. Okay. I need to obtain a task. So yeah. Right. So we need to obtain a task. So here we have to prioritize what kind of task. We are looking for. First thing would be grabbing the animal drops. Priority number 1. Current task equal to tasks none. So here I need to figure out what the endpoint is. First thing we're going to do is try to grab a gather animal rock. Well, actually, right. Drop request. Okay. This is a bit different. Did you order it? Yeah, I did. I'm trying to not think about it, okay? But not Tarkov. Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought he was a real. Are you trying to make me go homeless? Is that what you're trying to do? How much is Tarkov? It's free. You got millions from. I wish. I wish. I wish. $40. Yeah, but why would I get Tarkov when I can get ARCs? Yeah, but it's also made in Unity, right? So it takes forever to load in, to do things, then you die. It's just gonna be like a loading screen simulation. Of me just dying. They fixed that years ago. It's like, that's a lot, bro. It takes 5 seconds in ARC. What? What? Dude. Dude. What's those noises I keep hearing? So when I have this, are you a shooter fan? To be honest, not really. because you have to be good at shooting. What about Fortnite shooting? Oh, that's even worse. I suck at those even more. Have you ever tried Dark and Darker? I played this a lot. I played this a lot when it had its own launcher. It died out. It didn't really die out. It had a lot of issues like with publishing and stuff. They got sued. So yeah. I never tried Hunt. Bro, you cannot judge a game by just having a mixed review, because PvP games are the most mixed games anyways, right? You die once, you die twice, and then you go leave a review like saying the game is bad. Never take PvP games seriously when it comes to reviews, I mean. It does, yeah. That's the problem. It's annoying because it's so biased, especially when it comes to PvP games. It's so freaking biased. You cannot please everyone, so that's why you get mixed reviews. But you already go in mixed. You already go in mixed yourself because you're like, oh, this other game is better. This other game is better. So you're not open. You're not open to experiencing. You're just looking to see, okay, oh, this is rubbish. Review rubbish. Done. That's pretty much it. Turkey will be mixed even though it's goat. That's what I mean, right? And then you're going to get upset because your game is getting mixed. And now you know that mixed actually kills games. So now you're like, fuck. I did this to myself. Because that's also how you think. So karma comes back. To bite. Karma comes back to bite. So here I'm getting the item. The item is manure, right? So now we have this. And this is manure. And then, because there's two stages here. There's two stages I need to think of. So what the heck is it? Here, let me move you down. There's two stages. First, I need to do this. If this is true, and true, so this is gonna have to be a boolean. Get drop crop nest. Item request. This. Return false. If these things are true, current task equal to task animal drop. And because we know this is true, shoot, I removed the oh no, I do it here. Cool. But maybe I don't even have to do it here. I can do it in I could do it, just do it here. Like this. Current task, none. Return. We also need to do this. At the end. Because this is gonna keep going until we get a task. If so, if there isn't something I can grab, we need to the second thing we can do is bring I also feel like I'm doing this the other way around, which it's dumb. It's very dumb. Hold on, because I've just noticed I'm doing this the other way around. Very backward mentality here. So I have warehouses, then this is for the gatherer, carrier, and then I need one for ranchers. If you call out your lurkers, you will get 0 more viewers. It's real, man. I'm telling you, it's real. I'm sorry to say, but it's real. And it sucks. Already bar. So I'm adding all of them here. So this is drops, animal drops, then we got Is it because lurkers could be view bots? No. It's just because they don't know how to stop. They don't know how to stop the bots, so they think this is the best way, and by doing so, they are pretty much destroying channels that depend on lurkers. So that's why. Animal drops, and then but why am I doing it like this? I'm trying to understand what's going on. So this is the item that holds the warehouses. So manure, warehouse 1, 2, okay? And then this is the actual drops. And I can do the same thing And this holds manure, manures. But I don't like that. Because this is also just IDs. Do the crops also work with IDs? Yes. Yes, it does. Also assigning them as well. And this holds the IDs. Ah. I have to connect them, and then I need to game manager I'm on drop ID +1, then this is, so I have to give you an ID as well. Sheet. Shit. IDs. Wait. ID, the node. Man, this system is a bit convoluted. Adding, removing. It's a bit much. So what happens when a manure enters the scene? We give it the ID. Like this, and then we assign this ID to the node, and this is all this does. That's all it does. Then we check when it leaves the tree, we check it to see if it exists inside the IDs. If it does, then we're gonna check the array of the IDs and find the specific ID and remove it. And then we also erase it. Holy fuck. Okay. So that is what we're working with. So here we're gonna use animal drops. No. First I need to obtain the item request. Yeah. So I'm gonna do it the other way around. I'm going to look for this. IDs, game manager, IDs. If it's empty, return false. If it's not empty, we're going to pick a target. Pick a random target. But that doesn't help, does it? No, it does, because if it's not empty, it means there's something in there. No, wait. No, yeah. No. Actually, no. Actually, yes. Dictionaries of what? Of available. Of available. Drops, right? So this gives us why the keys? Why the keys? Because the keys is why not just check if it's empty? Keys. Because you can have multiple keys. Something like manure. And then it's like ID manure. Like this. And then I need to check to see if that one is empty. So then we have I need to simplify this. because it's a bit much. Let's do a new system for this. Animal drops where it's item ID this. You cannot do nested. Fuck. Yeah, you cannot do nested like this. This is why I was trying to show Oxynum. You cannot do something like this. Okay, I need you to be where I am. Right here. So I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm just going to do I'm gonna get the node prop ID, then wait, append node. And this. So now we have this. The problem is I have to loop through everything. That's not something I want to do. Animal drops ready to harvest. Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? Because I would need the ID. To add it. So this is kind of useless. Okay. So this was correct. Node cannot be assigned to variable. Oh. There. So now we're gonna get the IDs. Right? I'm gonna grab a random key. We're gonna check to see if it's empty. If it's not empty, we're gonna pick a random one. Then, because we picked this, we now need to check that there's an empty warehouse. There's an empty warehouse, so manure. So now we're gonna go for manure. And if it's empty, that's bad. Now, how do we get the crop? Wait. Because this is the same thing. If down is empty, then we're going to pick a random warehouse. This. So we know it's not empty, which means manure exists. So because it exists, we're going to pick a random warehouse with manure. Like this. Then the item requests becomes manure. So we already went through these phases, and this kinda tells us these things don't exist. And then we do this, right? And I'm gonna get the target. No, wait, hold on. This needs to be keys. Right? This is not gonna work. This is oh no, that is the keys, never mind. Those are the keys. Okay, that's fine. Manure, and then pick the manure item request. We picked manure. Now how do we check that? All right, we're gonna get it. If this is not null, pick Doesn't make any goddamn sense. So we know what it's manure, but I need to pick an actual target. Why can't I add anything else? Can't I just do this? And then that gives me the item. Hey, me again. I'm just adding like walls, wall tiles so I can create houses for NPCs without having to create loading screen. Nice. Nice. I'm just trying to understand this spaghetti code I've been making. There's a lot of spaghetti here. No. Hello, iHeart. Welcome in. No. How was your stream? It's funny because as you were raiding me, I was about to look for someone to raid, and I saw you there. The stream was very good. I just played with some new assets, packs with no plans, and they were real cute. Nice. Let's see what we got. Does it save? Yes. Wait, how long? Why doesn't show?
Because I miss out on that.
I can't wait to get into 3D.
I'm noticing the jump here because the camera's like can go all the way back, and
Can't
then
wait.
here it is pushed forward a bit. But like you're going through a door, so I kind of feel like that's maybe reasonable. Just a second, Kara needs to go outside.
Wait, let me say hello to CL Totman. Hello, hello. Oda. How's it going? I mean, I can leave. I mean,
Good
I can
times.
leave if you want.
I'm
No,
having
don't
fun.
leave.
It's pretty nice out. Like it's cold.
DB9,
but, like,
hello,
not
how's it
too
going?
cold, and I'm liking it.
There's the MJ. How are you?
Yeah, we'll fix this. Something's gotten misaligned.
Yes, chicken chasers.
That was it. That was all it took.
R.I.P. R.I.P. chicken chasers.
It is too cold. 16C. I don't win. I need this one.
Go on for out for CC.
Oh.
True.
Bring it around. Move to find some winter clothes. Now I understand. €5. I am working on a scarf right now, just like for fun.
Carrot cake plus chicken chasers.
This has been like my desk scarf. The color changed couch, and I'm ready to knit, and I'm like, wait. So I just need a point of taking a picture, take a picture of the remaining colors and finish it up. But yeah, this one's a fisherman rib, so it's softer than it should be because it's like cheap grocery store yarn. But it's not nearly long enough
Carrot cake
to like
is my dog's name.
cross around my neck a few times.
R.I.P. dog. No, no, no. No R.I.P. dog.
Can I get a if you eat less food, it's easier for guys plus tall people.
So what is
pretty
this?
Well rigged against short women. Yeah,
This
absolutely.
is
My ovaries want the extra weight. extra fat for like protection or whatever.
This is...
The less I weighed, the less difference exercise makes.
Oh, no
Exercise
plans yet.
became
Never
easier
mind.
to burn less calories. I mean, yeah, you gotta do progressive. For the follows. Welcome in. Sorry I didn't see you so earlier. Welcome back to it. Yeah, it feels so much better sitting down. I feel like my brain
It's okay,
just
I'm
came
used to
back
it.
a little bit too. Yeah, asset packs, they really inspire me in a way that like just gets me excited to work, gets me excited to dev.
The problem is with assets pack is when you have to deviate, you need to make a bunch of new ones, and then you need to try to match everything. That's my biggest problem. When I need to make new stuff like this. That doesn't exist in the pack.
I really think it would make sense for me to host a asset pack game jam at some point because I just love it so much.
Asset pack game jam.
I'm really thinking about it.
An asset pack game jam where you're not allowed to use anything else but the asset pack. That could be fun.
Okay, I see what it means with the
Oh my god, Hildon. Yes. Oh, wait, let me give you some suggestions. Where is it? Where is it? This one. The waifu pack. Now let me ask you something. Does it look weird to you? Do you think someone drew this? It's all made by AI. Isn't that impressive? Yeah. It looks like it doesn't quite match itself. There's like different ones as well. Like you can see where it started. They kind of look like this. And then it slowly progressed. The art became a bit better. Then better. Then better. Then this is like phase 2. And then you have phase 3. Yeah, there's a ton of them. I think it's pretty cool.
Ads roll, I'll feed the dogs. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize how late it had gotten. Alright, that's gonna
Soon
be
we're
half
gonna
an hour.
have only like asset packs that are AI.
Young Acid, welcome in. What's on the menu today? Today we're doing Sunday Fun Day, and I think, again, be at one point
Sunday fun day.
with it for today.
Wait, what?
Today, and I'm not sure
Tiny treats.
if I'm gonna continue on it, but I'm having fun playing with it for today.
Tiny treats.
Wait, wait. Oh my gosh. Why is this being weird? Whatever. Whatever.
Oh, Tiny Treats is the pack. Gotcha.
Oh,
Right.
we might not need
I
the
got
posts
confused.
then if these just fit together so nice.
You will need to Steam AI tag it, right? Yes.
Good,
That would
good.
kill the game.
I still might.
I think people are warming up to it. I think people don't care. If you make a good game, people not gonna care if you have AI. Like even big companies are using AI.
Just a sec. To the maybe. Oh, that fits. Key. Bulky. Wasteful. It really just seems like the environment is super bright. Is it reflective?
Animals, thank you for the follow. You have so many nodes. I'm learning that in Godot, the more nodes you have,
I don't want it to be like super gloomy because then it's gonna be creepy.
the less performant it's going to be.
But the ground here is like
I'm struggling with this. With how many nodes I have.
setting up right now.
Because then those nodes
Functional
have
doors.
multiple nodes inside, like this wall.
And I'm doing that via
Then you're gonna get into
body
issues
slamming
with.
them.
This is what I'm struggling with right now.
And we're
It's
adding
the
a
visual
hinge
profiler and the draw calls and how much that is taking.
I can see how they would be useful walking around in the dark. I guess all the LEDs would just enough light to navigate the world safely. They don't.
And you may think, okay, but it's not drawing this
It's
stuff.
Very
right?
dark. It looks
Probably,
like
probably that's what you're thinking.
I'm seeing like an imperfection.
Well, it
here
doesn't
that makes
matter
me
because
think
Godot
the door is in
checks.
the wall.
It checks all the nodes in your game to make sure it's not visible.
Yeah, I'm seeing it here too.
So it does that check on every single thing, even if it is visible or not. So that's gonna become a big issue.
It did like that. Aren't doors supposed to be in the wall? They are not, actually. Okay. That's
It's like
the
a side
door.
scroller.
You see that teeny tiny thing?
Almost.
What
You're
the
talking about
actual
hundreds of things, right? Yes.
Why is
But
that
it
the
can
door?
easily get to hundreds of things. Not hundreds, sorry, thousands. Meant to say thousands. Thousands of things.
That's what I say. You know I like funny business.
Like in my game right now.
Hey, Boolean, welcome in. Should I warm up the silly goose cannon? Oh.
Stop, 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 stop. Stop.
Boolean, is that yours?
Stop.
Okay, here's a door. Oh, it doesn't.
Stop.
It doesn't door. I've done this before. Why won't it door?
Okay, let me just. Mm-hmm. Right now, not so bad, right? Not so bad. What is happening?
Maybe I need this to be...
Look at that. We came from this to this.
You did miss Boom. Yes.
And from this to this is just 1,000 resources, like rocks and trees.
Why?
Right, whole canvas is exactly what I was talking about. Is this.
Just for
It's
my
checking.
own sanity, I'm gonna try changing the angle and see what happens.
Check all route
Nothing, it's just stuck.
for each
oh,
node.
maybe actually
If node
it could be that
is
this fell asleep.
visible. It does this check because it needs to check all of it.
Thank you. They are nice headphones. I'm a fan. Oh my goodness gracious. Please open the door.
There's more stuff
Why?
in there, but that's basically it. So now if I hide, if I manually hide the trees,
Yeah, they're Koda's headphones. He's letting me borrow them. I feel adorable.
yeah,
No complaints.
goes back down. Because now the cool doesn't need to know because he knows that they are off. Like you manually turn it off. So now the trees are gone. Right? Now look what happens. Turn it back on. The trees are here.
Is it because I'm a character body?
Turn it off.
Could that matter?
Turn it on.
Hmm.
Turn it off.
I bet Shiny has got them running around at her every command by now. What does that mean? The youngest hates wearing headphones. Next level. Gotcha, gotcha. I would rather. We need
Oh my god.
a two-
Did I just see Boolean?
Thank you for hanging out.
Bro, everybody's leaving me.
And like lots
It's
of fun.
crazy.
Wish I could hang out longer. But
Boolean
I'm
was
gonna
my
head
first
out.
viewer.
I'll leave a lurk. Thank you. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for hanging out.
First viewer. So jealous. I think Godot had a hard limit of 400,000 nodes in a scene. Yeah. So, I mean, I've been trying my best to optimize the amount of nodes, like getting rid of state machines. Like my NPC would have like state machines, node-based state machines, and now they are code-based state machines. Like this. You just code. So I've been trying to lower the amount of objects. Because look how many nodes I have, and there's barely anything on the map. There's barely anything on the map. But yeah. We literally only have like 1,000 something. How many cells does Mr. Framboy have at this point? Like over 6,000, I think. After we got the 5,000, he just plummeted. So now maybe I get 1 or 2 a day. Or 0. It's been out for... How long has it been out for? How long is this? Oh my god. 3 months, fuck. 3 months, and I'm still stuck in update 4. I've been stuck on this refactoring phase just to get the game to work, to be a bit more optimized. So that's where I am now, trying to optimize the game. I heard something like 90% of Steam games don't cross the 5K sell mark. I don't know. I guess. I don't really know anything about 2D games, but in 3D we have LOD cooling. So this is how it works now. They drop stuff in specific spots, similar to the chickens. You just gotta feed them. So buggy. You can get eggs. They basically lay down nests. And then you can get the eggs. Like this. Like the pigs are producing manure. Like this. I gotta go make some food now. I will have to look. No worries. Enjoy. We also have trees. Trees are in the game. It's not perfect yet, but it's gonna get there. And this is the plan for the trilogy. Next game is Farm Girl, and then it's gonna be the third game. The final game is Farm Boy and Farm Girl. And then I can do bundles, like bundle everything together. I'm gonna do what Pokemon did. That's the plan. Do what Pokemon did. If they can do it, we can do it. Okay, let's do some coding. Rick. I don't remember where I left off. It was here. Animal drops the ID. Right, I need to give it an ID because they don't have this ID. Right, yeah. How does he know what it is? From this? Okay. And then if I run the game and look in here, then I hit continue. For some reason I have something I'm not supposed to. So let me fix that real quick. What? Wait, what? What the heck is going on? Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Fuck, I got scared. Those are the advancements. Never mind. Here. So we have something in here that we're not supposed to have. I just don't know what. Oh, these ones. 51, 52, 53. Ah. But yeah, Seal thought, man. You can make money. You'll just have to do a game you maybe don't want to do. Like, there is a way to make money, especially on Steam. It just might not be a gender you want to do. Lurk, unlurk. Okay. So here they are. Let me snooze. Snooze the ad. Then we got the warehouse. And then what I have to do is get this ID in here. That's what I have to do. We're gonna add it to the rancher here. Perfect. Perfect. Like this. So this is drop ID. No, wait, this is harvest ID, because it does have an harvest ID, right? Yes. And then this is game data, game manager, animal drops, huh? What? There's a function here. What? What's this? No. Oh, it's from here. I got confused for a second. Ready to harvest. Then the harvest ID. And then I need to add it to ID. And then same thing, except I'm just gonna go do get. I'm gonna get, and if he has it, I'm gonna erase. So when do we remove it from the run? When do we remove it? Because we know when we are adding it. We are adding it here. And then I need to remove it here. And then what's next? In here. get the keys. So in here I get the keys. We picked manure. Is this how I want to do it? I'm checking to see if the warehouse has manure. Which it may. And then the actual item request. Because that's another thing I have to worry about. Why can't I do this? Why is this not allowed? Because this is an int. Why is this an int? Well, it is an int. But why is this an int? How come that one works? Oh. That was the problem. That was the problem. Makes more sense now. Then this is the number, so this is the... I don't have to rename it, but this is the item ID. And that will give us this. I'm doing all this. I'm doing all this shit just to get this. Isn't that crazy? Can't I? That looks better, right? Like, this part should never be false. Like, once this is set, it should never be false. But just in case it is false, log in. Well, we want me to log in. Where do you want me to log in? No. No. Pray. Pray, maybe. Pray. I should do a playthrough, a playthrough of Prey. Would you watch it? Teamstar, would you watch Prey? How long is a playthrough? Prey playtime. 16 to 22 hours. Some of it? What do you mean some of it? You have to watch all of it. From start to finish. You're like my guide, you know? When I get lost, I ask you stuff and you tell me where to go. So, I only have to do this one. If this is true, fuck. So the problem is I'm already setting this to, which is wrong. Oh my god. This needs to come at the end. here. Pick warehouse and then I need var item request temp, which is int equal to this. Then item request why does it say wait, what? Why is this like this? Wait, I'll make my own. Hold on. Var target drop int. Redstone, hello. How goes the performance? It's not going anywhere. It's bad. There's not much I can do without rewriting the whole game. Or remaking the whole game. Remaking it from the ground up. Yeah. It would take me like a year to come up with solutions. Going to return. I don't want it to return. Well, maybe I do want it to return. Sounds like that I'm in the same boat. Have you tried using compatibility renderer? Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse. That even exacerbates the problem. But what are you trying to do? Yeah. Oh yeah. What about mobile? I think 4 Plus and mobile are pretty similar. So I think I'm getting the same performance almost. The 4 plus, it's always the top. It's the best FPS I get. But it doesn't matter because once this hits you, when the renderer hits you like a ton of bricks, there's just nothing you can do. Like, the problem I have is the cooling. That's the problem I have. Is this right here. They are the same, but mobile is like a cut down. I gain a lot from using mobile, but I have a GPU before Vulkan was made, so support is not very good. Oh, I see. I don't know what the solution is, and I don't think there is one. Well, there are many solutions. The idea is you want the least amount of nodes in your scene as you can. If you want your game to perform well, the least amount of nodes you have, the better. But yeah. The less text you have on screen, the better as well, because text has its own can of worms. If you look at the draw calls right here, actually you cannot see them. Oh, you can see them here. 5 draw calls, right? And then if I enable my UI, jumps to 100. So actually UI hurts your game by a lot. So you have to be mindful of this as well. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Redstone. What kind of game are you making? Have you got something to show? So what I've looked into is, if I really want to optimize, I will basically have to make a multiplayer vehicle sandbox building game. Wait a second. I think I've seen something. Did Cricket play your game for IRAD? Because you did a playtest, right? Yep. I think I've seen somebody's stream I've seen. I don't remember who. Playing the game. So, right, so I'll give you an example for my game. So if I want to optimize, Ah, but I can't show you, can I? I don't know why they're breaking. Anyways, so each rock, each tree, it's a node, right? Everything is a node. And of course, within those nodes, you have other nodes. So it's gonna stack up, right? So the way I need to remake this is to use a texture rec with a material, with a shader material, basically. And then on this texture, I need to render all resources. So this texture is the size of the game, however big your game is. And that's how I have to do it. I will have to make it the size of the game and then render through the GPU through a shader. Which I know nothing about. And I'm not even sure if I can do anything about the Z level. So that's gonna become an issue. I can do it with stuff like this, like the ones I can step over. But I don't know. I just know it's a big issue. The more nodes you have, the bigger issue you have. And I don't know what to do about it without doing that. Not sure. If I try using a multi-mesh with a quad, no, I haven't tried multi-mesh. I don't even know how to use it. How right? How do you even add? Because I've never used multi-meshing. It's not bad. So you're saying put all the nodes inside a multi-mesh? Well, I need to interact with everything as well. Not in a physics way, but in like for example, I need to chop down the trees, mine the rocks. Stuff like that. Does it still respect the eye sorting? The multi-mesh? Does it know that the tree, like if you're below or behind the tree, does it know things like that? How would you handle this? You wouldn't know. Gotcha. Haven't used a 2D variant of it. Gotcha. So it's not a multi-mesh. Wait, it's a multi-mesh. Wait. Oh, it is a multi-mesh. Okay. Because there's different one. Mesh. There's a mesh instance 2D and a multi-mesh. So what's the difference? Okay. Okay. Multi-mesh is faster. Gotcha. What's this texture? With a, you said quad, right? Quad. What is this? Nothing. That's what I mean. I don't know what this is. I don't know how it works. I'm guessing you need a shader. Probably. Can't really get it to work. Where did you go? The heck? Have you ever done 3? No. No. Nope. But I am excited for when I do. I am excited for when I do. You gotta go? No worries, bro. Thank you. See you later. If I'm just gonna send you home, right? Task. House. So we have a task. Just gonna go to the house. Because the next one is obtain is go to the task, right? Walk to the task. Obtain task. Walk to the task. State. Obtain task. So then we obtain the task, and then we're gonna walk to the task we have to do. How? Okay, and then what happens? What happens when you finish the walk? You work on the task, okay. And this is where we're going to match task. Match current task. Task. We have animal drop. We have warehouse. We have coop. Barn. House. So we can do the easy one, the house. House and animal drop. Animal drop and house. I'm gonna hide you. And then we're gonna show you right. And then we're gonna come back to obtain task because we need a new task. Um, what happens when you do the work? When do you do the work? Um, can't even think. Is it this? Target warehouse, target drop. It's this. Target animal drop. If this is not empty, if item is not visible, what? Set I'll set you here. So if there is no target animal drop, I'm just going to set the state. Here to obtain task. Oh wait, I fucked up. Because here we have to check for the target drop. So if we have target drop, and we probably also have the target warehouse. Yeah. We just need to get a new target. What? Like this. Wait, I need to keep track of. Wait, I need to keep track of this. What's wrong? Oh, son of a gun. Is it because oh, that's why. Oh, but I still need to check. I still need to check if this is a thing. Because maybe it's not in here anymore. There's a bunch of checks I have to do. God. Also, when we go to the house, I need to target no. Target nothing. Target null. Okay, I think we're gonna end it here. Can't think anymore. Cannot think anymore. Hey, 8-bits. I'm about to end. How was your stream? Let's send you to our friend raid context. Alright guys, that's it for me for today. Thank you so much, and I will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. See ya.